Psst. Over here. Yes. No. Yes. No! Hello there. You are from the Anomalous Materials Lab. Yes, I recognize you. Hello there. Big day today, Freeman. But I hope no one expects me to start up the generator. Hello there. Are you sure you checked
If my
all the
subscription
donuts?
was a
Hello
baby,
there.
it
Do you
would be
think we
getting
should
its
delay
first
all the
MMR
donuts? Hello there.
vaccination.
Shouldn't we try to capture a donut? Yes, hello there. It appears the donut system has failed. Hello there. Aren't you a bit worried about that donut? Hello there. With my brains and your donuts, hello there. We'll make an excellent donut. Hello there. Do you still say there's nothing to donut theory? Hello there. I believe this will make for a notable donut. I can give you something for the donuts. Don't worry, I am a donut. Do you still say there's nothing to donut theory? I don't think so. Freeman, 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 you fool! I can't take much more of this. Greetings, 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 you fool! No, I don't want to die! Shut up, shut up, shut up, you fool! Are you insane? Stop attacking immediately! Freeman, 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 you fool! My God, what are you doing? Oh, no. 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 Oh, yes. This is as far as I go. This is as far as I see. This is as far as I wait. This is as far as I
22
This
months.
is as far as I go.
That's
This
like
is as far as
a
I
lot
go.
of
This
gear.
is as far as I
Guess
reach.
I'll
This
stay
is as far
around.
as I go. Right.
With many blessings.
Right. Wouldn't it be fantastic to get some pure donuts for a change? Freeman, 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 you fool!
Quick, it's about to go critical.
All right, all right, all right. You fool! No, I don't want to die! Donuts, donuts, donut, you fool! Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? You fool! Who is responsible for this mess? Go cute, you fool! Oh my God, we're doomed! Freeman, 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 you fool! No, I don't want to die! Freeman, Freeman, you fool! For God, take over the cell door! Shut up, you fool! Batman's coming for us! It's our only way out! No, I don't want to die! No, I don't want to die! Sorry, I'm leaving now.
Have a very
Hey, you hear something?
Oh, it's music.
Hello, soldier sir. Hey, I thought we were becoming friends. You know, nobody likes a bully. Oh, I can't wrap my brain around it. Yep. Nope. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yep. Nope. Yeah, sure. No. Hello, soldier, sir. So, do you guys train for alien combat, or... Hey, soldier, this is just a special occasion. I very much doubt it. Hello, soldier, sir. Fighting aliens is not in my job description. Hey, soldier, my mom is gonna worry when I don't make it home tonight. Hello, sir. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, sir. Hello. Hey, soldier. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, sir. Hello, sir. Hey, soldier. Hello, soldier, sir. Hey, I bet you're glad you got me with ya, huh? Hey, I'm right behind you. And I was supposed to play bridge tonight. We stay together better as a team. That's right, you are my friends. I have a better chance with you. That's right, you are my pal. We stay together. All right, let's go. That's right, you are my friend. I'll tell you what, she just love a cold beer. Ooh, I can't wrap my brain around it. You know, if I had one. Yep, that's right. Nope. Yes, sir. That's right. No, sir. Yep, that's right. Nope. Yeah, sure. That's right. No. Okay, now see, I'm so glad I didn't take the janitor job. Yuck. Now see, this job is not worth dying for. Okay, now see, my cousin is the one that got me this job. I'll stay here and pretend to guard this area. Maybe I should guard that closet.
Hey,
Oh no, I'm
I
not
want you to
fat.
check this website out. www.planetphillip.com. Just check it out. www.planetphillip.com.
Maybe so, maybe no. Stay together, better as a team. Damn right, you are my friends. I got your back, I got your mirror. That's right, you are my pally. Stay together, I'm on your side. That's right, you are my right. See, now I've always wanted to say that, but I can't wrap my brain around this. If I had one stick, together as a team. Yeah, you are my friends. I got your back. Yeah, you are my pal. Stick together, I'm on your side. Yeah, you are my guy. I will better check you. I'll get the leftovers.
Hi. So I'm gonna play Half-Life Source. I'm not gonna lie, I'm world's #1 Half-Life Source defender. It gets too much shit. It's not that bad. Grow up. It's okay. It's not that bad. It's really not. Plus, I found a thing today that fixes a bunch of problems that it had. So, you know, that's gone. You don't have to worry about that. It's really not that bad. I promise. I don't know why it... Look, okay. I get that there were some things that were straight up broken. I downloaded a mod that fixes the things that were broken. Without those things being broken, it's fine. There's nothing wrong. Only thing you noticed was the damn Half-Life 2 Barney and the laser. That's not Half-Life Source. That was Gmod. That was a problem with Gmod, not Half-Life Source. Half-Life, but the AI is the same as usual. I think I'm gonna go ahead and just launch the game. Instead of listening to more tunes, let's just get going. I'm gonna start off with the training mode here though. Shut up. Oh. Alright, well it does scream at me about something. Thank you, Sarkanath. It does scream at me about something being broken every time I try to launch it. But it runs fine. Okay, I launched the wrong game. Alright, let me actually get the game on screen now. Alright, now you should be seeing it. Yeah, okay. Alright. You see this? Look, it even has the resized maps. I'm gonna have to turn this down because I know it's gonna be way too loud. About here. I'll leave it there for now. Alright. Alright, ready? Go.
Hello and welcome to the Black Mesa Hazard Course, where you will be trained in the use of the hazardous environment. I am your holographic assistant. Let's begin by stepping into your suit. You can see it suspended up ahead of you.
Let me in.
If you see one of these buttons, press it.
Welcome to the HEV Block 4 Protected System.
Let me in.
For use in hazardous environment conditions.
Moving around. The first move.
Yeah, shut up.
Good work.
Let me in.
Those new suits can be tricky. Please proceed to the next area.
You will now duck under.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Very good. I hardly noticed you.
Now we will.
On to the next area.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Let me in.
Good work.
Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you, Alexa.
To get in.
I can't skip these.
You job.
Oh no, this is the hardest one. This is the hardest one. There we go.
Walk directly into the ladder, look up, and continue moving forward. The next 3 jumps Great work. Now there's one more style of jumping.
Alright, yeah.
Movement activated.
Nice job.
Yeah, thank you. Alright. Yeah, okay.
Please start. Now that you're up here, there's
Yep.
only one way down. Find the target on the floor below and do your best to hit this one through.
Alright, open door.
Open
Open door. Open door. Open door. Open door. Open
Your
door.
health will recover gradually until you are at full health or the kit is depleted. Once the light goes out, a med kit cannot be reused.
Whoops. Oh, I fucked that up.
Door stuck.
To spin that bridge, walk up to
Yeah, okay. Spin the bridge. Gotcha. Whoop.
Door stuck.
Sometimes
Yeah, door
you
stuck.
have to rely on-
Alright.
If you can't push the obstacle out of your way, you might try pulling it.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Finally, if nothing else works, you can try breaking the objects in your path.
Yeah. Yeah, gotcha.
Smash your way. Activate your
That's
suit
the
flashlight for the next area.
What?
Great. Remember your flashlight drains power, so switch it off when you don't need it. Welcome
Uh-huh.
to the Black Mesa target.
Yeah.
You will receive training in firing a weapon.
Yeah.
You'll have to hit every
Yeah, gotcha. Sounds good.
Medical systems
your
engaged.
HE
Morphine administered.
come up and catch your breath.
Yeah, okay.
You will see the blood oxygen indicator on your suit's heads-up display returning to its
Yeah,
previous
she's,
level. You are free to swim on to the end of the course. This is the charging unit. If you pass through fire, proximity to radiation
me in.
activates the Geiger counter
me in.
and radiation display.
let me in.
Biohazards are also indicated.
Okay.
Please advance to the next area.
TTS broken, 10k points gone. There's a warning on that reward. I said that it's fucked.
Lead a security
Whoop.
guard into the next room.
Access denied.
Press the use key again. Congratulations on completing the Black Mesa Hazard course. You are now fully certified for use of the HEV Mark IV protective system.
I'm HEV certified. Alright, I'm gonna turn the audio down a little bit more. Alright. Black Mesa inbound.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
Guten Morgen.
This automated train...
Still a little loud. Hold on. There we
is
go.
provided for the
Let me know if the audio
security
sounds good.
of the Black
Thank you,
Mesa
Lisa.
Research Facility personnel. The time is
There he is.
47 a.m.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Current outside temperature is 93 degrees, with an estimated high of 105. The Black Mesa compound is
Barnabas.
maintained at a pleasant
Whoa.
68 degrees at
Whoa.
all times.
Whoa. 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 Where is Gerald, man?
Many blessings.
You did a voice acting audition for an indie game. Wish you luck. Well, good luck.
From level 3
By all means.
With many blessings.
Go with many blessings.
labs and control facilities. If your intended destination is a high security area beyond Sector C, you will need to return to the central transit hub in Area 9 and board a
Whoa.
high security train. If you have not yet submitted
There goes
your
the train.
identity to the retinal clearance system, you must report to Black Mesa personnel for processing before you will be permitted into the high security branch of the transit system. Due to the high toxicity of material routinely handled
This
in
is
the
too
Black
slow.
Mesa compound, no smoking,
Eating, or
drinking
drinking.
are permitted within the Black Mesa transit system. Please keep your
Would I work at
limbs
Black
inside
Mesa?
the train at all
No.
times. Do not attempt to open the doors until the train has come to a complete halt at the station platform.
Are you saying before or after?
Emergency.
Is this with or without
Passengers
foreknowledge of what
are to remain
happens?
seated and await further instruction. If it is necessary to exit the train, disabled personnel should be evacuated
No, we the
first.
lad in Black Mesa.
Please
Fucked
stay
up.
away from the
Fucked
electrified
up.
rails and proceed to
Fucked
an emergency
up.
station until assistance
Goku,
arrives.
I'm all fucked up. I need a soundboard so I can just play a horrifying, like, bass boosted lightning type sound. Like, whenever I want. I love that sound. I think that's probably my favorite sound on Earth is
A reminder that
Not
the
Vine
Black
Boom,
Mesa Hazard
the electric
Course
sound.
Decathlon will commence
Damn, I'm
this
older than
evening
Gordon
at
Freeman. That's fucked up.
1900 hours in the Level 3 facility. The semifinals for high security personnel.
Hello?
will be
Uh-oh, that
announced
doesn't look right.
in a separate secure access transmission.
That's a little fucked up.
Remember,
I guess not everything's
your lives
fixed.
and your own may depend on your fitness. Do you have a friend or relative who would make a valuable addition to the Black Mesa team? Immediate openings are available in the areas of materials handling and low clearance security. Please contact
Robot.
Black
Well,
Mesa
you are an
personnel
old
for
man.
further information. If you have an associate with a background in the areas of theoretical physics, biotechnology, or other high-tech
I love
disciplines,
biotechnology.
please contact our civilian recruitment division. The Black Mesa Research Facility is an equal opportunity employer.
You're just going through the entire Freeman's Mind script in your head watching this?
A reminder to
Pneumatics
all Black Mesa
rule.
personnel. Regular radiation and biohazard screenings are a requirement of continued employment in the Black Mesa Research
Do I think Black Mesa
Facility.
smells like?
Missing a scheduled urinalysis or radiation
Concrete
check
and hand
is grounds
sanitizer.
for immediate termination. If
It's
you
the
feel
Gary
you have been
man.
exposed to radioactive or other hazardous
mildew, yeah.
materials in the course of your duties, contact your radiation safety officer immediately. Work safe. Work smart. Your future depends on it.
Yeah, it would smell like a basement plus, like I said, like hand sanitizer type alcohol, like medical grade
Sector
alcohol.
C test labs and control facilities.
And, you know.
Please stand back from the automated door and wait for the security officer to verify your identity. Before
So a
exiting the
hospital?
train,
Yeah, I
be
bet it
sure
would
to
smell
check
kinda
the
like a
area for
hospital.
Personal belongings.
Look,
Thank
it's
you.
Gary, man.
Have a very safe and productive day.
No one is having sex in Black Mesa? Then explain Alex. Go ahead and explain Alex to me then. Aw, his mouth's not emitting the boops. That's a bug I would have preferred stay in. Boop. Oh Jesus, I just blew out the mic. Virgin birth. Maybe. Boom, ding 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 What are you doing? Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties? These ridiculous ties. Freeman.
Looks like you're in the barrel today.
All right. Hey, bitch. No. Dr. Birdwell, did you hear that?
must answer for these ridiculous ties.
We just sent the sample down to the test chamber.
We've boosted the
Look, he's sitting in his chair. Isn't that wonderful?
But we need the extra resolution.
The administrator is
Very concerned that we
get a
get.
conclusive analysis.
The administrator's very concerned that we get it.
Some lengths to get it.
I can't be
Get
bothered
it.
right
They're
now.
waiting for you, Gordon.
In the test chamber. In the test chamber. In the chest chamber.
Greet.
Greet.
What the hell is going on with our...
Gah.
I'm afraid
Afraid we'll be deviating a bit from standard business procedures today, Gordon.
Yes,
but with good reason.
This is
There's
a
a
rare
good
opportunity for us.
This
is the
purest sample we've seen yet.
and,
And
potentially,
potentially
the most
most
unstable.
unstable.
Now, to follow standard insertion procedures,
Everything will be fine.
I don't know how you can
say
say
that.
that, although I
I
will
do
admit
admit-
that the possibility of a
Huh?
resonance cascade
I played too much
scenario is
Half-Life? Nah.
extremely unlikely.
Gordon doesn't need to hear all this. He's a highly trained professional.
We've assured
Told the administrator that nothing will go wrong. Yes, you're right. Gordon, we have complete confidence in you.
Well, go ahead.
Let's let him in now.
They're waiting for you, girl, in the test chamber.
Chamber! In the test chamber! Half-Life, but I voice all the scientists. That actually might be fun to do, honestly.
Testing. Everything seems to be in order.
Everything seems to be in order. Alright, Gordon. To keep you comfortable through all this. Yeah.
If you would be so good as to
Climb up and start the rotors.
we can bring the anti-mass spectrometer to 80%
80%
and hold it
there until the carrier arrives. Very good. Say it, you little bitch. Say it like a little asshole. Say it. Be the little bitch asshole you're gonna be and say it like that.
Very good.
There it is.
We'll take it from here.
Power to stage
Stage
1
one
emitters
emitters
in
and 3, 2, 1.
I'm seeing
Predictable phaser rays.
Stage 2
Emitters activating now.
Gordon, we cannot predict how long the system can operate at this level, nor how long the reading will take. Please,
Work as quickly as you can. Okay, I'll work as quickly as I can.
Overhead capacitors to
105%.
It's probably not a problem.
Probably.
But I'm
Showing a small discrepancy and no, it's well within acceptable bounds. Sustaining system sequence. Fuck! Oh, fake fan.
The sample is ready, Gordon. It should be coming up to you any moment now. Look to the delivery system for your specimen.
This isn't Half-Life like original, so I can't eat it. Just push it gently.
Gordon, get away from the beam.
Shutting down.
Attempting shutdown.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. It's not.
It's not shutting down. It's.
It's not.
I'll hide under here. They won't get me here. They got me there. Shitting. Attempting shit.
Hey, you.
Oh, that hurts still. I have never actually tried to jump in there after the cascade. Get along, little doggy. Alright, bye. Alright, bye. Oh. He's just taking a nap. It's all good. Go. Nodding, yeah. He's just nodding off.
Why didn't we listen?
We tried to warn them.
I never
Thought I'd see a resonance cascade, let alone create one. Gordon,
you're
alive. Thank God for that hazard suit. I'm afraid to move him and all our phones are out.
Please,
Please,
get to the
surface as
soon as you can, and let someone know we're stranded down here. You'll need me to activate the retinal scanners. I'm sure the rest of the science team will gladly help you.
Gladly help me. Gladly.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Stop. Open. Open door. Open door. Open door.
Who is responsible for this mess?
That guy over there just said he was responsible. Go on. Go on. Go on.
Well, there goes our grant money.
He's not, he's actually programmed to not walk in this room. Nope. Caution, laser, caution, laser, caution, laser. See, not Half-Life 2. He was talking about head crabs on his way down. I don't know. You tell me, bitch. Bye. Nope. Excuse me. The enemy of my enemy is my other enemy. Thanks for the gun, idiot. Thanks for the gun! Thanks for the gun, dummy!
Hello there.
Hi.
No, stay back. Gordon.
Scary man. Fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
Lacerations detected.
Stand up and heal me. Stand up and heal me.
Greetings.
Stand up
Let's
and heal
go.
me. Heal me. You bitch. 75 isn't enough for him to heal me.
I predicted all of this, you know. All of it.
Yeah. Get fucked. No. Doing a bit. No. He came right at me. Epic bit. Oh, I know. I'm lolling. I'm lolling so hard. I think if I stay like right here, they can't actually get me. Get fucked. Bitch! Fuck off. Fuck off. There we go. And I immediately lose that health. Fuck! What? Where am I? Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Alright, I'll stop being smart. Alright, I'll let him deal with those down there. Hey! Don't touch me. Hello? Oh, hello, whoa. Tori hates Half-Life. Tori hates things moving in front of her. And I just ran straight back into the water. Hello? I got stuck on something. Let me... Whatever. What's up with the ceiling? Oh, what's up with this ceiling? Fuck! This actually is made much, much harder in Half-Life Source because these things are physical now and they actually move. There we go. It's enrichment for scientists. Alright. And now I'm thinking with boxes, yeah. I'm gonna try to go faster here. Whoop. Alright, go faster. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Don't stand up. Speed runs dead, restart the game. No, the dream is still alive. Fucking... What in the fuck? What? Let me... up! What the fuck? It won't let me up! It's like blocking me. There we go, Jesus. Come on, do it. Fuckhead. Did I save him? Aww. Whoop, nope. Oh, get me the fuck out of here. That was probably a huge waste. I didn't need to do that. Alright, nothing in here. Nothing of value. Oh, excuse me. Fuck off! Oh, I have one left. Okay, cool. Awesome. Great. Where'd the other one go? I recently learned something. Where was it? Was it in here? Is it this room? Where is it? You can like get into the ceiling and turn off. I don't remember where it was. You can turn off that turret, but I don't remember how. Pause of the couch. Ah. Well. Too late now.
Hey, Gordon.
Hey.
Hey, what the hell are you doing down here? Get top
He just had like a double take.
Are coming in to save us.
Bye. Open this. Fucking. Oh, it's so loud. fuck yourself. Oop. Oh, why do they have it? Fucking music is so loud. I was just really loud too there. Sorry about that. I blew out my own ears. Don't mind me just on here. Gaming. There we go. Fuck's sake. Mind blowing and ear blowing. I want this. Oh, sucks for that guy. Oh yeah! In case you're wondering why this viewer loading screens, it's because this mod that fixes Half-Life Source up includes the resized maps, which means less loading.
5%.
You're in my way. Yeah. Resized maps are a tiny bit fucked up though. Maybe. I don't recognize this room. Don't follow me. Don't fucking follow me.
Look, don't count on the cavalry finding us down here. Head for the
But we can still climb.
Okay, I'll cover you.
I certainly hope you know what you're doing.
I don't. Scary man. Sorry, I missed him jumping out the window, but that's okay. Why aren't... Okay, I guess that never got fixed. Excuse me.
Fine. You won't even know I'm here. Why are you lead the way?
You... He was a hindrance. Fucking... Oh, god damn it! God damn it! Ah! Where'd he go? Hello? There we go. Thank you. No way am I gonna do that section. What? Okay, well I meant to grab that ladder and not break my knees. Bye, bitch. I remember so little of that section because of how easy it is to skip it. Did we skip that in HLVR? I actually don't remember. We did. We did. Oh, hey. I was riding on that. Yep. We did not skip. Okay. Fuck me. God damn it. HLVR was what, 2 years ago now? Okay, I guess I'm down here now. All right, this is I'm turning this off. HL1 style movement turned off. Thank you. Like my fucking the bottom of my feet were made out of soap. It was driving me nuts. There we go. Anyone says to skip is there? Oh, that's right. The skeleton in the vent. That's right. I remember now. All right. You know why I don't remember is that's where we left off on the very first stream. Whatever. Jesus. Bye.
Fire the rocket engine.
Destroy the damn thing before it gets any larger. Stop! Whoop. Oh, you almost got me. What happens if I do this? Oh, I just save his life. Okay. I've never saved. Don't go back in here. What are you doing? Okay, well.
Quiet. This thing hears us.
Okay.
Target range time.
Save your life too.
Hey!
What, you moron! Eep. Trying to get it. No, god damn it. There we go. That's what I was looking. Oh, I need to do it again. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Hello? Oh, it took it. He went back in that room. He went back. He went back in. The fucking idiot. Oh boy. Yeah, I got to see it from a new angle. Excuse me.
Grants you 20 grenades.
Thank you. I like 20 grenades. Oh, it's like Super Mario. Whatever, bitch. Excuse me.
Super Mario and Half-Life.
Soup them Marios.
Super Mario and Half-Life.
My favorite movie. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Alrighty then. Whoa. Ha, wow. Yeah, that's what I thought happened, was that head crab took down his buddy. Ow. It okay. It okay. I'll get healed. Alright, well this isn't supposed to be like this. Whoa! Got him. Get out of my fucking face! Nah, blood loss is for losers. I don't get that. Shit. Oh, come on. Whoop, I missed. Oh, I could have used this. I didn't notice it. Why didn't they bring back Hound Eyes in HL2? They were gonna, but it got cut. Fuck. You know what? This works too.
Warning.
Let me up.
Blood toxin levels detected.
I hope no one expects me to start up the generator. Smithers went down there and never came back.
Warning. Radiation levels.
What the fuck? What just happened? What is happening?
Major fracture detected.
They're gonna get down there? Alright, I got him.
This is my hiding spot, and I'm not moving until the situation is drastically improved. Now go away, and don't tell anyone I'm here.
It's not murder if no one knows it happened. Okay, I guess I'm down here now.
Major fracture detected.
Excellent. Someone has restored all power. We'll have the engine up again in no time.
Hey, bro. should go this way. I want to show you something. Come here. I want to show you something. Come on. Come on. Go! Not murder if no one knows about it. Hello? Hello? What the fuck was that? Gordon just let go and was like, I'm gonna let Jesus sort it out. I went a little too... No, that's as high as up. That's as low as I go.
Major fracture detected.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm just damned to be in the 50s. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Go, 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 go. Whoop. Boom.
I hear the rocket engine. Destroy the damn thing before it grows any larger. Stop!
Ow. Cool. I destroyed the damn thing before it grew any larger. Wasn't there a guy in here earlier? Hey, how the fuck did that take one whole health away from me? That's bullshit. Oh my fucking god.
Detected. Warning. Vital signs critical.
Revolver. Okay. Oh, there's a heal station down here. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Shit. Oh well. Whoop. Oh wow. Why? How do they have a river full of Floridian groundwater? Imported? Yeah. Fuck off. With your fucking exploding knees.
Major fracture detected.
Stop. Nice. Aww. This room had free shit. You know I'm gonna take that. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm not talking to you. And you know what? Fuck your buddy too. I don't remember if this got changed in Half-Life Source or not. Yeah, it did. Alright, so I can't do that skip. Ow. I'll take that hit. That would have made this so much easier. Oh my fucking god. You know what? I know where I need to go. I'm just gonna go down there. Oh, that's right. I didn't need to take that damage. There was no reason for me to take that damage, and yet I took it anyway. Hey, bro.
Mister, you can get the power on. That train will take us straight to the surface. I would try it myself, but it's a long way down to the generator room. And there are things in the way.
Alright. Get out of my way. Fucking break these. I'm sure there's something in here. There's something, I guess. Bitch! Who invited you? God damn it all! Fucking gnats. No, thank you. Hey, this was fixed last time I saw something about this. Fix. Ow! Ah! Stop! Stop shooting me! You fucking prick! God, that noise. Ah! I love to reload during a battle. Nope, 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 leave me alone. Too many. Alright, okay, I legitimately forgot I had this, so. This goes over a lot better when I use all tools given to me. Ow! You made me lose my blood. Oh yeah. Let me head up the health thing out here real quick. EGV suit charger remix. Hold on. I had it on during the start, but Oh yeah, I went the wrong way. I got this. How did that even hurt me all the way over here? Fuck, bad time to reload. Alright, go down in the basement. Kill the health crab. Go even further in the basement. Kill the zombie that's in that other spot. We all make mistakes. Oh, wrong way. This way. It's literally so easy. Alright, bye. Hey! Stay over there. Thank you. Nice. Fucking... God damn it. Hold on. Hell yeah, here we go. See if I can time it. Damn it, it changed the way it was. Whatever. Whatever.
Never gonna make it. You better go on without me.
Alright, I'll let you out of your, put you out of your misery. Ah, you fucking asshole! What a bitch! Go get the ball. Go get the ball. No, not me, you fucking prick. He's camping it. I didn't kill his friend. That guy very clearly suffering. Oh, that's right. Go. Okay. Go stand in place. Died like a Super Mario enemy.
Warning. Track power failure. Check lower level power plant.
And I gotta go all the way around. Skish. I skished him. Just because it was irritating me. Go. Alright, here comes one of the worst parts of this whole fucking game. I love how we just blasted it so hard with the guns it died. Yeah, because the section we just did ultimately is pointless and boring.
Freeman, I've been waiting for you. One of your scientists, pal, said...
I really don't care. I really don't care. I really don't give a shit. Thank you. He's still talking. Hey, those are support. Don't break those. Don't. Oh, that hurt me? That hurt me, I guess. Oh, I do have to deal with this. How do I get up here again? Around here? Whoop. Is this thing gonna shut down? Is there a Half-Life? Hold on. Half-Life turret type beat. Emergency door type beat. Oh, fuck. Got it.
Access denied.
Nice. I'm gonna just hold on. I want to search like Half-Life type beat and just see what else there is. Charger, HL2 charger. It's just more. It's just the rest of the chargers. When the klaxon hits? Hold on. Oh, haha, awesome. Whatever. Extended? 3 minutes extended. Alright, I'm leaving this on. Oh, I want to get down from here. Ow. Ow. Stop shooting me, you fucking prick. I can't get in. I have the fucking physics. Ah. Ah! Alright, you motherfucker. I got him. Go! Get out of here before you can shoot me. Don't look at me! Stop, don't! Ugh. No. Oh. Fuck. I got him. Alright. If I play my cards right. Watch this. Alright, that guy's gone. Whoop! How did one? You fucking... Oh my god, how far? Okay. Watch this. Huh? I didn't know about this. You learn something new. I don't have time for you. Hey, fuck off, little dude. Alright, they all got turned into paste. We're good. Nice. Nice, okay. Not so nice, not so okay. Don't shoot me. You fucking... I asked nicely! Fuck! Oh! This is gonna be rough.
time.
Hold on. Is there anything I might have? No, I didn't. Thank you, by the way. Any goodies? No. All right. Just stay down. Did he just... He did. He stepped on the electrical rail and died. Ow, 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 ow. All right. What? Oh. Hey! Fuck. Alright, I pressed the wrong button, so that was on me. That was a fine plan otherwise. Got him. Every one of them. I don't have time for you! Fucking prick. No, and I'm back here. All right. Well. Alright. I got them. Good. Great. Whatever. Save it here so that doesn't keep happening. Just let them do their own thing. Just let them do it. Did I get him? Alright, I got him. And him.
Hey, Gordon.
Hey. Can you deal with that? Thank you. Tight.
Roger that. Let's run like hell.
I agree. Yes. Let's.
Now, I wonder if those boys could have made a bigger mess.
Ow. Hey, you didn't finish the job. There's one more. Thank you. There we go.
What the hell is this?
Soda. That was a mistake. Hey, you might want to get down. Or not. They don't seem to care that much, I guess. Okay, I guess they were after me, not him.
Power 20%.
20%?
okay. We might live longer if we work together.
Nah, you gotta stay here.
Okay, I'll wait here and help anyone else who comes by.
Awesome, thanks. Wait. Am I misremembering? Do I just walk into this door? Yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay, alright, I just misclicked bad. Alright, okay, alright. Back to 100%. We're good. We're all good. It's all good. We're okay. Go. No, just go. Just fuck them. Ow. Here we go. Alright. Free men. Whoop! Eh. Oh shit, it's going on. Well, it's taking care of those. I guess that's okay. Yeah, and it's got to stop up ahead anyway. You can have that. Bye. Thanks. Do it. Do it. Fucking do it. Well, he did it. I guess I can't fault him. Nope. Put that blood back in there. Put the blood back in you, son. Okay. Can I don't care. Oh, fuck. Hey, we all make mistakes. You know what I can do this time, though? Did that not? I did not. It's fine. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Probably should have just opened that gate that I wanted to open in the first place. There. Get that open. Go back the long way so I don't break my fucking kneecaps again. Whatever. There we go. Save it. All I'm thinking. This is gonna get rough. You know what? Hold on. Okay, can I please? Can I? Sneaky devil. Nice throw, dipshit. Alright, I think that's all of them. Nope. We good. This section of this game is so fucking bad. Crunchy. Ow. Yeah, nothing could be done about it, though. Sorry about the ear pain. Wow, a real loading screen. That's a new one. Nice. Eat shit and die. What can you say about this section?
You're blessed, sir.
Sir. What? I'm out of grenades? Oh shit. That's not good. I'll take this grenade. Can't do this. Ow. Ow! What an asshole.
Squad in Silo E. Freeman may be operating inside your perimeter.
So, who is this guy, Freeman? He said he was at Ground Zero. Science team? You think he was responsible? Sabotage, maybe? Yeah, maybe. All I know for sure is he's been killing my buddies. Oh yeah, he'll pay. He will definitely pay.
Oh, I'm full on health. I didn't even notice. Wow, they fucked my health up bad. Walk, you fucking twit!
Alert. Military personnel authorized to prosecute Gordon Freeman with extreme force.
Where's the button? Fuck. Can't push through walls in source? Yeah. I almost had that. Hey, I spawned in it. God damn it. God damn it. Think smart.
Warning. Vital signs critical.
Oh, okay. Think S-smart. That's right. Think smart. Think S-smart. You're about to get blinded. Here he comes. Oh. 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 Hey, how come he doesn't work at S-Mart in Ash vs. Evil Dead? Oh, I know why, because they couldn't get the rights. Alright, now go before I get sniped. Probably got fired. No, but he's like talking about how he's been with the company for so long. It's because he can't talk about the real company. He has to just stick with that one. Maybe the company changed names over the years. Check this out. Oh, it fell out. It fell out. Ow. Hey, give me a minute. I'm reloading. Thank you. Now where do I go? Oh, up here. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, just keep eating. You're good. Then down in here. I'm down in here. I'm fine, it's fine, don't worry about it. There we go. I did. I'm curious, can I get it from just outside? I can. There we go. Nice. This just goes back up. I want to go down here. Oh, this doesn't go anywhere. I'm gonna go up here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a trick. Hi. Oh, they just don't bother to spawn if you don't go in the box. Okay. Whatever. Why are these ladders so big? To what end? To what end? Didn't I already deal with your brother? Get the fuck out of here. Damn it. Oh, you fucking prick. Let me juice up a little bit. Oh. Hello? Bro, you want to let me in? Oh, that's right. He, yeah.
Gordon Freeman, it is you, isn't it? The science team has been tracking your progress with the Black Mesa security system. Unfortunately, so is the military. That suit of yours is full of tracking devices.
Get out of my fucking face! Huh? Yeah, hey, Wayne. I know you saw that. He was coming right at me. Whatever. Keep blinking at me. I don't give a shit. Get fucked. Expert assassins, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice hit.
Only American assassins are this precise.
Where are we taking this Freeman guy? Outside for questioning. What the hell for? We got him. Let's kill him now.
The body? What body? The fact that they're like activating their like comms to laugh. It's like if you're in Discord muted and someone says something funny, so you have to unmute purposefully to laugh at them and then mute yourself again. Potty? What potty? Oh yeah, my weapon's gone. I forgot about that. Get off me! Get off me, wow! Or if you have push to talk on, yeah. I saved your life, bro. Hey, where are you going? He's gonna regret that. Oh! Floaty as fuck. Oh yeah. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Got no place to go. Oh! 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 Vital signs are dropping. As long as it's taking suit power, I don't give a shit. Let me in. Oh yeah, that door's locked. Here we go. Gotta follow my rainbow. As I go around, gotta keep moving on. Just what lies ahead on the. Oh fuck! Oh come on! One way to find Bell. And keep on moving ahead. No time for questions, follow my plan instead. Trusting in what you can't see. Take my lead, I'll set you free. This is the right way, right? Like you gotta go. Yeah, that's right. I just timed it wrong. This is an interesting room. Gosh. Take my hand, I'll set you free, Mickey. Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and I'll escape from the city. I'm blue, double D, double die. Double D, double die, double D, double die. Dead.
Power 45%. Power 60%.
Whoa. Just want to see. I'm blue, double D, double die. If I was green, I would die. You know, people talk about that a lot where someone's like, oh yeah, I knew someone that said that if I was green, I would die. And I thought they were so dumb for it. I did really know somebody who thought that it was that. And I did think they were dumb for it. They were 100% fully convinced that it was if I were green I would die. They would like fight me on that. It's like, no, you're dumb. It's clearly just nothing. Fuck, I hate this section. I don't remember where to go. Got him. Eh. Where do I go? Oh. Damn it, how did I do that? Oh, just take the heat damage, who cares? Who cares? This way? Yeah, whatever. Am I? Am I even going the right way? I don't fucking remember. I hate this section. I never remember where to go. I'm going in fucking circles. Where? Ah! Oh, here we go. There, god damn. Complete piece of shit. Let me the fuck out. Let me the fuck out. Let me the fuck out. Well, how in the fuck am I supposed to deal with this? Oh. Just simply deal with it. Oh my fucking word. I have no ammunition.
Minor fracture detected.
Minor fracture. Delected. Hey! No, kids, no! Ow. Kids, you're giving me internal bleeding. Bad dogs. When your kids are so loud, you get internal bleeding. I don't have... Well, I had something. Don't prosecute me.
Sterilization system activated.
Sterilization. Watch this. Ah. No movement. No, get out of here! You got squished in the door.
Hey, it's no good up there. It's all sealed off. The only way out would be to find someone with scanner access who can open the front door. I'm pretty sure there's a few scientists hiding somewhere in the labs. Maybe with both of us looking, we can track them down and get them to let us out.
Sure, but you're covered in germs. I'm gonna have to get you sterilized first. You go ahead and just stand right there for me.
Sterilization system activated.
Alright, you might feel a slight tingle. He's clean. His weapon is clean. And mine. Alright, and now we go back.
Seek medical attention. Warning. Vital signs
This is where I came from, right?
critical.
Yes. you go. And I suffered no consequences. Just checking.
Sterilization system activated.
There are bitches at my door. I'll take care of this. Half-life. No life consequences. Yoink. Which way do I go? This way? I'm just gonna not touch anything. Oh. I don't remember what to do. That's how I got in. I guess I just blow up. Yeah. Whoa, there's a lot of you. Why are you all fighting me? Give me a break. Throw the fucking thing. Fucking. Am I stupid? Here we go.
40%.
Give me this. Oh.
Do you suspect some alien subterfuge behind this failure?
Yes. That's not my problem. Go! Come on, guys, I dare you. Come get me. Come and get me, you horses' asses!
50%. Power 65%.
Put that down. It's much too unpredictable. Don't let it overcharge. What do you mean?
Thanks for the gun. No! Ah! Whoops. Oh. There we go. There we are. Hello! I am the film brain.
Glad to oblige. Figure out where we're hiding. Brains, we all have retinal scanner access.
I don't suppose you...
Escort us to the lobby, and we can get out of the lab.
You'll have to
I'll
shut
wait right
down
here.
the surgical unit first. Peter switched it on, but I'm afraid he never leaves.
Peter was a fucking moron.
Let's go. Yes.
Yes, let's go.
Let's go. Yes, yes, let's go. What's the easiest way out of here? Let's see. Came around this way.
Containment system
Has completely failed. Yes, it has completely failed. Is this the right way? No, this is the wrong way. Guys, don't come this way. This way. Hey, come on. I see 2 out of 3. Who did we lose?
I certainly hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I do. Shut the fuck up.
Our laser status is green.
Oh, I thought the thing was just gonna go boo-doop, boo-doop. Aye. It's all good. Get the door
Couldn't
open.
we try to capture a specimen? Well, I'll let you out, but I'm warning you, it's hell out there. It's completely under military
Your friend already
control.
let me out.
You'll
What are you
have to
talking about,
sneak
let
and
me
fight
out?
your way from one end to the other. I don't expect you'll meet many of our peers along the way, but if you can, I'll make it across the base.
Oh, I don't have any revolver rounds.
But I will let them know that you are coming.
Whoa! Sent that thing to the fucking moon. Give me free shit. Oh, look what I got.
85%.
I don't expect you'll meet many RPers along the way. They've banned role-playing from Black Mesa. Whoops. There we go. Ah! That's how I wanted that to go down. It's literally... it's literally 1984 out there. Nice. Ow, it's so loud. Bye. Ugh. Ugh. Stop shooting me! Stop shooting me! I'm not gonna waste that. Where's this? Cannot get that out of my head. Alright, so that button's pressed, so now I just need to... GG, easy. Uh-oh. 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 Ah.
Warning. Vital signs.
It's okay. Don't worry about it, by the way. It's fine. It wasn't me. Don't worry. That's fine. Damn it. That took a lot more of my health off. Mine's off. Now I gotta do this again. I don't know where it is. Does this have to be opened all the way? Like, am I not allowed to just slip in there? Am I stupid? I must be misremembering something. I don't know. Am I dumb? Why is this not working? I thought I just had to get down there, open the thing all the way, and then go in. But like it's really fighting me. Hey, you fucking asshole. Am I crouching? Yeah? There we go. What the fuck? That shit's so finicky.
Power 15%.
There we go. Anyway. Let me... Yeah, there we go. Loading screen? No! Wait. Come, no, there's no way. Oh, wow. Yeah, they squeezed a lot into this. Just save before I forget. Let's just not deal with that, yeah? Let's see. Hello. Where do I go? Here? I don't remember. Oh, it's down here. No, I just went back. I do not remember where to go. Down here. Not necessarily. Not there. Ow. No, this is where I came from. What the fuck? I am losing my fucking mind. I used to know this shit so fucking well, and now I'm just like big braining it. Oh. Jesus. Stop. Who's shooting me? Nobody alive. I think that's a net gain. Storm drain hatch, that's what I want. Let's see, so I want to get over there, so I'll just do, yep. Fuck! Oh, whatever. Can I get in? Thank you. Long tunnel. Oh, Freeman's mine. Here we go. I just let them do that. Fuck. Fucking turret.
Vital signs critical.
Did that do it? Did that get it? Okay, that did. Ugh. 15 fucking health. You fucking prick, I was singing. Five HP. I don't think this is doable on 5 HP. Okay, well now I know he's there, so I can do this. $20 HP. That's not much better. Where's the helicopter? All right, gone. There we go. Oh boy. You know what the kids say, it's a good thing I'm based. Or whatever. Yeah. Yeah is the appropriate reaction. You know what? Half-Life 1 had terrible ladders. Half-Life 2 had terrible ladders. I hope someday Valve finally learns how a ladder works. Hey, you missed, pal. That would require them to make a game. Har har. I am the very model of a modern major general. I am the very model of a modern major general. And I'm devastating more than ever demonstrating how to give a motherfucking out against feelings like devastating, never fading, and I know the haters are ever waiting for the day that they can say I'm always the celebrating because I'm waiting to get motivated and I get everything music. You make everything music. Oh, he's doing mainstream. Catch. I don't want to go that way. Not yet. Woo! Ah, you almost got me. Fuck. Just shy. There's one in here though, it's okay. I mean here, sorry. Wrong box. Fuck. No, it's in this one. It's in this one. It's in this one. It's in this one. Oh, not that one. Whatever. Weren't you supposed to step on a mine? Ow. You can just do that? Yeah. Fuck it. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, I don't have any grenades whatsoever. Shit. That just significantly added some difficulty to this. Huh? The rocks falling hurt you?
Help me. Somebody, please help me. I'm dying out here. Please, help me.
Oh, just kill me. All right, well, oh yeah, mines. Woo! Woo! No mines. Ow! Ow! Fucking dick! This open? No. Ow, 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 ow.
You're heading for the
Hello.
Lambda complex, aren't you? I was heading there myself until I wound up here and, well, simply lost that door, and you'll see what I mean. I'm just going to wait out the catastrophe in here. If you intend to go on, then I beg of you, proceed with extreme caution.
Did you hear the static as he was talking? It was like... Proceed with extreme caution. Dirty, dirty, dirty... Dirty wave files. Radiation. Alright, speed run. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Gotta follow my rainbow. Look around, got it. You fucking prick! Follow my rainbow. Keep on moving ahead. No time for questions, follow my plan is dead. What you can see, take my hand, I'll make it be. Follow me, set me free, trust me, and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, follow me. Got him. Hey.
Yeah, we might stand a better chance if we team up.
Yeah. Let me get the room full of free shit here.
I would really like a cold one right now.
Keep moving. Alright, here we go. Now's your time to shine, bud. Run! Oh. Wait, what? I don't remember that. That's new to me. I think a trigger went off earlier or something. I don't know. Would you? Oh my god, he does not. Now you throw it? Oh my god, whatever. I'm just gonna run. Wrong way. Open the door.
Okay, why not? Didn't
Open the
wanna die
door.
alone anyway.
Open the door. Bathroom. Bathroom.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I don't know why I did that. Airplane. I get someone with that? I think I did get someone with I can't tell. Ow! Fuck! I need, just kill me. That's what I needed. That door's stuck. Huh? Oh, hey, bro. I don't think that does anything. I might have just wasted ammo.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Can you get this door? Thanks. Well, you're running. You got somewhere to be. Alright, don't get killed while I'm doing this. It's an Osprey, it'll crash sooner or later on its own. That's true. I've heard stories about their incredible track record as a vehicle. Oh, keep firing. Ow, how did I not? Stop. Got him. Get in. Ah! Huh? Oh, that's right. Good thing there's a health station. Okay. Ow. Huh? What? Huh? Oh. I forgot about this. Ah! Did I get him? Woo! Did I get him? Did I get him? I got him. Hello? Whoa, what the hell just happened with my controls there? Alright, my health is not at a super great level. Hey, Scorpion. Alright, I'll be fine. Go. Don't look at me. Throw that guy through the wall. I don't give a shit. You're dead. Fuck off. I'm not gonna survive this one, fellas. Alright, let them deal with themselves. Just sit here for a minute. Area secure? I don't fucking think so. Come on, stick your head back out. Is that all of them? I think I'm good. Okay, I don't know how I was gonna do that and not break my legs, so. Where? Who? Whatever. Oh, okay. I have some for you. Okay. Different door. That's just a dead end for no reason.
Blood loss detected.
Okay. Ooh, where do I go? That's right.
Minor fracture detected.
I go halfway. They throw a grenade. I go the other half.
Prime time.
5 GERs. 5G. It's all coming together.
It makes sense. Is that his bomb still sitting there? Yes, it is. Hey, you had a misfire. Ow.
Blood loss detected.
Don't. Ah, you little rascals. All right, you're done. Oh. Thanks for that. Not even gonna deal with it. Fuck. I need a Benny.
Stand back. Hello.
If you kill him, do you like soft lock it? Hold on.
I need to get my...
Because it should be soft lock now, right?
Yeah, we might might stand a better chance if we team up.
That should be soft locked. Over here.
My luck has to change sooner or later.
That's what I'm saying. You coming? Where'd he fucking go? Did he? Oh, there he is.
Okay, we might live longer if we work together.
I don't think this glitch works in Source, but... Do it.
I'll be happy to survive this with all my parts.
I didn't even do it right. Whatever. Okay, here we go. Time to go.
Come in, Cooper.
Forget about Freeman.
Forget about Freeman. We're abandoning the base. If you have any last bomb targets, mark them on the technical map. Otherwise, get the hell out of there. Repeat, we are pulling out and commencing airstrikes. Give us targets.
Oh, they all say they're gonna pull out, but whether it happens or not is completely up to chance. Okay, this way. No, I didn't even click anywhere near that fucking button. Oh my god, the aiming on the buttons is so bad. You're gonna tell me that didn't fucking count? Fuck me. Stop! I'm looking right at the middle one. Whoa! What the fuck? Fire! Shoot him! Fucking shoot! Fuck's sake! And he dodged it! Fuck this. Later, bitch!
Major fracture detected.
Run. What? What? Now run. Wait, that was the wrong thing to do. Am I good? Am I safe for half a second?
Yeah, let's go.
I agree. God damn.
Go any further. This doesn't look right.
Like. Where's the other guy?
I don't know.
Fucking. Get him, Barney. Am I winning? I think I am. Well, that was the only one of those I had, so that plan doesn't work anymore. Can I just slide underneath? Oh, I can. Don't follow, you fucking idiot. Don't follow me. He deserved it. He was dumb. Ow. Well, that leads nowhere. Can't jump above this. Fuck it. No. Die! Thank you. Bye. They can't hurt me in the water. I was gonna go get some of those extra goodies, but I'm just gonna go. Things I say before I'm hurt in the water. I can't get hurt in the water. Hey! What the fuck? Oh my fucking god, dude. Alright. SV cheats 1. God. SV cheats 0. Oh, wait. I have to turn 1 back on. God off. Cheats 0. Fucking game. I didn't touch a single button. It just let go. It just chose to let go. Oh. Oh, this game's making my wrist hurt. Aren't you supposed to be drowning? There we go. Fucker. Fucker. Okay. Hey! I didn't trip anything. Alright, ready? Run! I was just making sure. Boing, boing. You kind of fuck them up if you get in their face because they try to kick you, but then you just back up for a second. You're good. Stop. Stop. Worth it. He was being a bitch. Alright, I'm gonna need... Ah! Alright, this is gonna be rough. Oh, I'm actually not at the part that I thought it was. Hello? Oh, there it goes. Go. Heals. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Okay. Oh fuck. It's another assassin section. Get out of my fucking face, bitch! Oh, I'm out of ammo! How are you not? Oh, fucking just kill me. Really? Alright, how about this? Let me reload. Crowbar! Why are these boxes so strong? Okay, hold on. Reload. No. Give me this and this. And I gotta reload this too. God damn it.
detected.
You gotta come get me. Good job. Boom, ticka, boom, ticka, boom, ticka, boom. My milkshake bring on the boys to the yard. Is this even the right way? Completely silent lift. This is the section I thought that I was going into. $14 health, not good.
Vital signs critical.
Let me in. Let me in, 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 let me in.
I apologize, Mr. Freeman, but I couldn't risk opening that door until I was sure you'd scoured the area. This is the last entrance to the Lambda complex. Every other has been sealed off to contain the invasion.
Great.
When we realized that you might actually make it here, we drew straws to see
You might actually make it here.
Obviously, I drew the short one. My colleagues are waiting at the tip of the Lambda reactor, waiting for you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Bye.
Supposed to.
Yeah. What are you gonna do now? Huh? Okay. I wanted him to heal me and he just ignored me.
Were you in weapons research too? I built the glue-on gun, but I just can't bring myself to use it on a living creature. You don't look as if you have any trouble killing
Whoop. Were you in weapons research too? I've never met you before. Alright, this guy's a creep.
Freeman, isn't it?
Yes!
Flood the reactor.
Yes, Freeman,
That
isn't
access
it?
pipe down there will take you to the core. Time is short.
Time is short and so is my patience. Hey, how's it going? Oh, I went the wrong way. I forgot to turn these things on. As slick as that was, I forgot to do the important thing. Steps underwater? Yeah. Because I'm close to the floor, so it thinks I'm walking on it. Too fast, exactly. Get out of my face. Get the fuck out of here. Alright, there's too many. Bye. You weren't supposed to follow me. How many fucking aliens are in there? Hey, I'm back. Alright, now I'm good. Yeah, depleted, whatever. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. What? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, that was completely unnecessary. Ow. One. It's a faster way to do this. Is this way? Yeah, okay, whatever. Excuse me, you're in my way. Where did that just send me? Fuck! Holy shit! Calm down! Hey! Biological force, not like entity. Force. Come on. Jump. Bullshit. Fucking horse shit. Okay, I guess I go down here then. Oop. Back up here. Past this. In here. Down here. Perils of speedrunning. This is another, like, this isn't a speed run. This is a quick jaunt. It's not that fast. It's not that slow, but it's not that fast. Yeah. Bye. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have done that joke. Gordon Freeman's never having children. Whoop.
Oh.
Oh. Ow. Ow. Yep. Nope. Fuck off with that shit. I'm so glad I saved. Fuck you! I hate ladders in Source Engine. I hate ladders in Source Engine. I hate ladders in Source Engine. I hate ladders in Source Engine.
Power 55%.
Yep. Hey, you want some fries? What are you doing?
Roger that. Let's run like hell.
Die. 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 Oh, wrong one. Or wrong time to do that. Well, let's see if I remember which ones it are. It is. Alright, let's see if I can get the timing down. Nope. Alright, just murder me. Nope, that was a... Alright, what was it? 4 now, I think 4. Oh, just barely. 7? Yeah, 7. I gotta turn on a button to actually get this shit working. There's the other button. Where's the other button? I did 1, I did 2. Or can I just already get in? Oh, I can just get in. That takes me here. Alright, cool. You better use that thing if you're gonna pull it on me.
Gordon Freeman, you finally found us.
So this is the guy. We thought you'd never make it.
This is the supply depot for our first survey team.
This is our floating rocket launcher.
Were collected from the border and brought back this way before the survey members started being collected themselves. We suspect there is an immense portal over there, created by the intense concentration of a single powerful being. You will know it when you see it.
Oh yeah?
I hate to say this, Gordon, but you must kill it if you can.
Yeah, you'd better.
You gotta kill it.
Of course.
Oh, don't
you
be
owe
such
us
a
nothing,
baby.
Mr. Freeman, but you've come this far. You know as much about these creatures as anyone.
Enough to know that if you don't wipe it out, there won't be much for you to come home to.
Yes. So, if you're willing, my colleague is waiting for you at the main portal controls. He will open the gates for you, Mr. Freeman. Do hurry.
Don't forget to gear up, and I'll cover you while you're waiting for that portal to warm up.
Okay. Oh, you just have one of these. You just keep it around.
Power 65%. Power 80.
Oh, I can get up in that shell.
Jump module, created expressly for navigation.
Don't yell, I can hear you.
I hope you received long jump training.
I did.
Once you're in Zen, you will
Zen. Once you're in Zen. Oh, I guess I just skipped the sanitization process.
Hello, Freeman. I'm up here. Practice your long jump if you must, but hurry up.
Stop yelling at me. I'm going to Zen with germs on me. Hope I don't kill anything with that. Raymond, you fool! Raymond, you fool! Oof. That AC unit's starting to smell kind of stinky.
I can open the portal now. The process is complicated, and once it's begun, I must not be interrupted, or I will have to start all over again. Don't enter the beam until I give the okay. Understood?
No.
I will begin.
Lambda Complex personnel. Primary core activated.
Oh, my wrist is so sore.
Oh dear!
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Ow! Up! Maybe setting up here was not the best idea.
Attention Lambda Complex personnel. Primary core activated.
Let me up there.
Oh dear!
Major fracture.
Alright, bro, I got you. Can I go in? Okay.
Get yourself in position.
I know, I'm waiting.
It's ready. You must go now.
I go. Ass blast, USA. And then he never was in Black Mesa ever again. Hey! This might hurt. Yeah.
Major fracture detected.
Stop!
Critical.
Don't zap me. Stop. Stop! Nice flip. Oh. Hey, that one doesn't care. Let's sit and have a breather for a minute here.
Searching for.
Shut the fuck up. Fucking ads. I swear to God. Hate having to use the Steam overlay for anything. Just a quick rock out break, yeah. All right, that's enough. All right, I have to release all the butterflies in the room. I have to release all the rhombuses. There they go. There goes the rhombuses. It's so esoteric. It really is. Oh, fuck, that's right. Uh-oh. Woo! What? Woo! This music always reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog. Anyone else kind of feel that? Stuck. Freeman stuck. Like right here. There we go. All right.
Is 100%.
100% what? Oh. Bye, bitch. Hey, 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 hey. How about this? Ow. Shit. Man, I've got like no ammo. Can we move on? All right. That's just a hole. This is the most fucked up fight I've had with this thing ever. Is it leaving? Fuck. Come on, let's go, for fuck's sake. I'm waiting to be allowed to click. There we go, finally. She wasn't too pleased with something. I'm here, you gotta keep going. Alright, we're doing this, I guess. Let me throw. It takes so long before it lets you throw that. Reloading, 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 reloading. Fire. Dead. Nice. It was almost really nice. Hey, wait, I wanted to heal first. Ah. What have you done? Oh, what it's like after you eat Del Taco, you know what I'm saying, kids? Fuck! Oh, that's got no ammo. Huh? Get out of here! Baby genius looking motherfucker. Can I land on that? Can I land on that, please? Can I please land on this? Come on! Fuck. I missed? Where in the fuck is this baby-faced bitch? I don't remember what to do. Okay, that just kills me no matter what. I was reloading, not fair. I think this is right. Whoa. Whatever. Whatever. Dog is crying. She's being a big baby. Oh my god, I have no fucking ammo. Good job. Ow, 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 ow! Fuck. You see that? Fucking slick. Oh, this is Healy water. Take a bite out of a snack I got here real quick while I'm thinking about it.
because anything can now be delivered with Uber Eats does
Oh, shut your fucking mouth, Trevor Noah. You're not funny. Nope, nope, not that guy. I don't want to see that guy. I got more important things going on than you, buddy. Go. Go. Please be the right way. No. No, that's not. This is. I don't care, bitch. I'm teleporting. Get fucked. Shut up. That's you. That's how you sound. Dumb nuts. Dumb. I am dumb. I am dumb. I fucked up. I was supposed to stand on this. Is this the right way? No. In fact, I'm fucked. Fuck. Wait, maybe I go this way. Yeah. No, this is a healing thing. And I'm healed, so that doesn't matter. Oh, Zen, you're so bad. I see where I go. That would be too. Got them, you got them, you got them. Ow! Ow, 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 owie, ow. Fuck off. Fuck off, you living chode. Ah! Where am I? Oh, here. Nope, now I'm stuck. I didn't want to be down here. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't matter. Go ahead, shoot me. I'm just gonna get healed. Moron. But is this AI self-aware? No. I couldn't afford it. Did you just die? Fuck's sake. Oh, this is too much shit. The game just crashed. Uh-oh. Oh shit, that's the wrong game. Oh, this is not the version I want. There we go. Oh, my wrist. Oh. Tater, we're not going anywhere yet. There we go. Oh no! It's crashing when I load that save! That's not good. That's not good at all. How's Tater doing? She's recovering. Uh-oh. This isn't good. Here, what if... What time was that? 56? I'll just load this one. Alright, yeah. That works. Alright. Fuck, I need... How about some snarks? Do you think snarks would help me here? Get him! Ah! Not me! Not me, you fucking idiots! Eh. Hey, where was that heal be? Don't shoot me, you fucking asshole! Ugh. When the Boo Boo Bears attack back. Oh, man. Oh, shush. Go lay down. We're almost done. By all means. I'm almost done with the entire game. Ugh. Alright, that's enough. I don't need full health. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck it. I missed! No! Oh my fucking god! This section makes me want to fucking scream. Ugh. Don't shoot me yet. Can you and your friend just go to hell and stay there forever? Stop! Ah! Ah! Reload. That's full. That's almost empty. I have 4 on that. That's it. I'm like so fucking low on ammo, it's not even funny. Alright. Well, that helped. We go through just go through the black mold room. The red mold room. Whoa, I saw a little bit out of the world there. Huh? Oh, you fucking assholes. Oh my fucking god, dude. Can't even see them. How am I supposed to shoot what I can't fucking see? Get the fuck out. Oh my god, dude. You're a huge menace. You're a pain in my ass. Who else? You reload. Zen is so terrible, dude. I used to not feel all that strongly about Zen, but right now I am, I'm really feeling it. Go to hell. How do I get up here? Here, okay. Alright, let me just ignore the cries of the damned here. I don't know why they're giving me trip mines. Why the fuck do I need trip mines? That's literally the sound effect they use in Left 4 Dead, by the way. Alright, now I just go back. Bye! Nope. "12 shots. Come on. Who's the prick? fucked, Megamind. Ah! Hey! Oh! I'm not playing no hide and seek. Fuck off! Am I going or? Finally.
I am the last boss.
Major
Oh no, Gordon! Gordon makes it all the way over here, breaks his ankle, and dies in the infinite void right before the final boss.
God, get him out of there. Or shut down the equipment and someone get him out.
Let's go.
God, get him out of there.
Go. Did I get one? I got one already by doing that. Fuck yes. Go fuck yourself, bitch. What? You instantly killed me? How?
Major fracture detected.
Fuck you. What the fuck is happening where I'm getting insta-killed? Why are you reload? Okay, that actually works. I'm saving midair. One of those has to hit. No! What the fuck? You kidding me? That's all of them. Fuck you. Quick save. Oh well, there goes that. I gotta take it. Oh yeah, whatever, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you noisy bitches. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh, great. You know what? Just, yeah. How about? Yeah, get fucked. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Where do I go next? Where do I go next? Where do I go next? No. Up here. Fucking hard to see anything in here. Are you serious? Ah. Super gravity bullshit. Let me in. Oh my fucking god. No! No! You can't be fucking serious. No. Wait, what? Oh, there's still one. I missed. How did I miss one? Fuck off. Son of a bitch. Fuck me, dude. This boss is annoying. God damn it, no! I refuse. I fucking refuse. No. Just try to teleport. Try it again. Alright, fuck you. Hello? What? I don't understand what's happening. Those fucking things. I swear to fucking God. I have like no time to react. I can't oh! I've never in my life had so much trouble with this fucking guy. What is happening? I've also never been insta-killed by that fucking energy attack. That's new to me as well. And then getting stuck in this. Okay. Thanks for the boost. Okay, that works. Whatever. I don't know what just happened. Oh my fucking God. And then I get sent back in. Oh my. I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna fucking scream. I'm gonna have a fucking conniption. What? Get the fuck out of here. And I just hit a polygon and look what it just did to me. Oh my fucking God, I'm going to fucking have an aneurysm. Get me down from here. off with this fucking room. Get the fuck, no! Take damage from the outside? Yes. Slowly. His head's open. His head's open. Or maybe it's not. Get away from me. Get away from me! I'm out of rockets. I got a twofer. And now I wait. I just reload, make sure everything's good. Reload my rockets. I've got some of this. It's open. I swear to God, I'm physically... Are you serious with that shit? See, okay, it was open and then it reclosed. Dude, you need to fuck off, for real. Rockets. Whoa. I kind of don't want to move from this fucking spot because he won't stop firing those instant kill fucking electric balls. I got him! I win! I fucking win, bitch! Who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here! No! 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 No!
Gordon Freeman in the flesh. Or rather, in the hazard suit, I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property.
As for the suit, I think you earned it.
The
border world, Zen, is in our control for the time being, thanks to you. The nasty bit of work you managed over there. I am impressed. That's why I'm here, Mr. Freeman.
I have recommended your services to my
employers.
And they have authorized me to offer you a job. They agree with me that you have limitless potential. You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble deciding what to do. If you're interested, just step into the portal and I will take that as a yes. Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you just survived. Time to choose.
Yeah. Wisely done, Mr. Freeman. I will see you up ahead. Alright, here's where the VOD gets muted because somebody's used this song in something. Whatever. Woo! Woo! I did it! Woo! For real? Yeah, for real. Or they used a sample in this song, and so this song gets copyright claimed as another song. That's what happens. It is fucking stupid, by all means. Because in the 90s when they made this song, they just used like a stock, like, Beats sample disc. Did you get here at the end of the stream? Yes, you did. I literally just finished the game. 4 hours and you showed up right at the end. I'm sorry, but it happens. Did I play through all of Half-Life Source in just 4 hours? Yeah. Give or take. No, just take. It's 4 hours or less, because there was the time where I started up at the start of the stream. And there it is. I halved life. Also add like 10 minutes. No. Yeah. A couple minutes for the training that I did. Well, I guess that means I'll do a quick BRB and then we will do the stream credits. Because that's it. That's all I got for you. So I'll be right back. A little bit of fan art here real quick. Just wanted to show this from Odd Owl. Like Super Mario. Anyway. Yeah. So let's go over these credits here real quick. If I can get them to roll. All right. So a thank you to... Oh, I gotta scroll back a little bit here. The Cloud Kingdom for 12 months. Pochi for 22 months. Space Monster M. Oh, you gave a gift sub. Okay, yeah, I can't read. BV728, 10 months. Shodman, 25 months. Tie-Fi Die, 26 months. Sargonath, 5 gift subs. Lixa, 5 gift subs. Honest Tom's Discount Beef, 10 times 10, 100 bits. Space Monster M, 100 bits. Lixa, 5 gift subs. Random Ooh Factor, 16 months. Goof Cat, 27 months. Neon Cats, 20 months. Honest Tom's Discount Beef, 100 bits. Sir Dipping Sauce with the Prime, and Vin Vigo with 6 months. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for coming out today. I didn't expect to just go through the whole game. I thought I was going to get halfway through, get bored, and stop, but I did it. We're going to do a raid. By the way, what's today? Wednesday. I'm probably streaming on Friday. We'll see what happens. Not 100%, but mostly sure. Next week might be kind of iffy for streams. We'll see. But otherwise, I don't know. Oh, there's a live pizza suplex, huh? Stop. I gotta let this go. Hold on. Right.
Wouldn't it be fantastic to get some pure donuts for a change?
All right, so we're gonna run this raid. Like I said, you know, Friday probably I'll stream. Next week might be kind of iffy. It's gonna be just more like whatever the fuck I'm feeling at that time. Maybe if the weather is nice, I'll do one more hike stream. I say one more like I'm gonna run out. I'll do another hike stream. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. No promises. I'm done trying to give promises. It's hard. So you guys have a good day. Thanks for the support. Thanks for coming out. Y'all behave. Have a good day. Bye-bye.